Hello, everybody, and welcome to this episode and the beginning of this week and month of Deep End Dev. I'm your host, Matthew Barham, and today I still don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you, so let's do it together. Let's review where we're at and figure out what we're going to start working on this week, as well as potentially the rest of this month. We left off with this big to-do here. We were looking at why adding a spline to a wall in the middle of the wall is not very predictable. So if we open up our editor, I can show what that means. We, last time, I've got a cat crying upstairs. I think the noise suppression is preventing that from getting through, but we worked on quite a bit. Not only did we move everything from blueprints that was in our player controller over to the C++, which can be seen all in here, actually. So all of this, see, here are all the server calls, the implementation, and then here are the local calls before it goes to the server. So moving tokens, handling structure selections, everything that was in the blueprints is now over here. And we were looking at, oh, that's right. We also created a mesh and materials bank, which, excuse me, are these two data tables. So we got rid of the token and structure data banks to make this a little bit more abstracted, that when we're calling for a token, we're just calling the parent class the BG token, not even the blueprint anymore. We're doing almost everything in C++ now. We dynamically select what mesh and what material we want to spawn instead of separate classes for every single token. So if we take a look and launch the game, we have these new tiles that we spat out of Blender. So there is no gap anymore. They're perfect 1 meter distances, and the tile is just with these little indents. So that makes it so you can see the tile, but the distances are a little bit better to calculate. So that dynamically selected the mesh and spawned our spline structure. And if we build it, which is now a nice smooth, we also added in this really great a modify submenu, so we can dynamically swap out a mesh for a doorway. And that doorway can go back to a door. We can also remove a section entirely, and then if we click and drag, it'll rebuild the whole thing. So what we have an issue with is if I hold Alt and I click, you see that? Whoop, and it crashed too. So we've got some issues. Oh yeah, we have an overflow, so adding mesh to spine and add mesh to spline. So the update transform on server seems to have an issue. This is what happens with too many reliable calls to the server. So let's take a look at what are reliable calls. This one right here, modify structure length, is probably a problem, because that is sending a ton of data over constant on every tick. Because when we're holding down the mouse button, we've opened up the event tick, and that data is hitting the server rapidly. So again, that's probably a really terrible a way to handle that. I don't have a good idea of how to get this off the tick. A potential to remove it off the tick is clicking a tile and then clicking another tile so that it moves that way. So then it's not a drag, but that gets rid of some of that. The other option is excuse me, the movement isn't on the tick, or it doesn't hit the server until you drop it, so then other people can't see how you're dragging things, but you're removing that server call until the last moment when it's dropped, and then you tell the server to move it somewhere. The other option is we reduce how often the replication is updated. That'll make things, excuse me, a little bit more jittery for connected clients or the server with it talking, because it'll only update every so often. So let's see if that fixes our issue. Okay. So now that is no longer it looks like we've broken our alt click entirely. Whoop. We have an issue on the update spline. So let's go ahead and since we're already there and doing that, yeah. Let's go into that and start working from this to do, because I think we part of our issue here is we started to dive into this and mess things up. So if we take a look, what are we doing here? We've got the intersection, which is the line plane intersection from the mouse. So we're shooting an array out from the mouse to the origin of the grab structure, and the normal, which is just a square. We create a normal on the plane with the z-axis being our up and down. It's facing the z-axis, the plane normal. We're snapping the grid on that 100, on that 1 meter intersections. We're setting the intersection .z to the actor's z, so we're locking to that z level so that it doesn't go up or down. And what we need to figure out because we are now on the structure, yes, it's coming back to me. Our add point to spline. So we had this add point to spline at index, but this, we were having the issue that we would add a spline point and it would collapse, or you couldn't add one to the end, so you couldn't keep extending. And if you add point at index 1, it would shunt down the indices you already have and inserting it, which was not exactly what we want. So we want to actually create add point to spline entirely. So we're going to make a spline point where the type we get to define as linear, so we don't have to go back afterwards, which we were doing. We were doing it somewhere in here. Set spline point type. So we had to do that after we made it. We'd have to update its type to linear. So if we're just constructing the point raw entirely, we're giving it a location, and we're passing in the key. So the key is kind of like the index, but I think index is an int. And the key is float. Honestly, I'm not sure the difference between those. Let's find out. And because they seem interchangeable. So a spline key input is a bit like an index into the spline. A spline is generally formed from control points, similar to a Bezier curve. So yeah, they're usually a curve. The curve is spline's made out of 2 points going from 0 to 1. 4 points would go from 0 to 3, with intermediate points of 1 and 2. But why are they floats? So that you can get a point somewhere between the control points and ask what the value there is. So yeah, the key and the index seem rather interchangeable. So I think we're okay with treating them interchangeably. And then once we construct our spline point with these values, we add the point to the spline component and then update the structure mesh. So this is how we're going to be adding a spline point now. The thing is, we just have to do some decision making, a little extra decision making when we're adding a spline point, is finding out from where we've clicked, are we trying to insert the spline point between indices that exist, or are we trying to add a spline point to the end of our wall so that we can extend it? Now, how are we going to do that? So let's dive in here. When we are getting, we have this find input key closest to world location. So let's uncomment that. That will get us on the spline our input key, which is going to be a float. With that, we now want to get the total number of spline points. So we can go with grab structure, get the spline component, get number of spline points. So that's our total number of spline points. Remember that our keys or our indices will be 1 minus that total. total -1. So we if we're clicking within the halfway point, so let's say we've got 0 and 1, a two-point spline, just one straight wall. If we click somewhere in the middle, there's a good chance we're trying to add a point in the middle, right? If we click nearer the end, the mouse we're trying to probably grab off the end of it. So we need like a, I think halfway is too strict, because the human interaction is never going to click directly into the middle. Chances are we'll be a little off to the left or a little off to the right. So it should be like 0.5 plus or minus, I don't know, 0.2. So if param, which is a terrible variable name for this, this is closest key. So if closest key, and we want to get, this is why we had this mod f. We need to just get the fractional part. So we're creating two doubles, which is going to be the integral part and the fraction part. So the, actually I want to put decimal part. So the decimal part is equal to mod f closest key and the reference, so the address of integral part, because I think the way this works is it's doing some funky float point calculations, so that's why it needs the actual address, is why that's a little different. Then if, I don't know if any of this is actually what we want to use. Oops. So off the closest key, which can be a const as well, and I think okay. So this decimal part is what we're going to be checking. We don't need any of that. Let's start that over. So if decimal part is we want to see if it's beneath or equal to 0.7. No, let's go with 6.5 a little bit. And then also, or decimal part is greater than or equal to 0. What's on the other side? What would that be? 2f? No, we're adding, so from, hold on, 3f, right? Because we're adding 0.15 to 0.5 over there, and we're subtracting it from there. So yeah, okay. So if we are within 0.5 plus or minus 0.15f, so we're in the middle, then we're going to set what are we calling? Add point to spline is what we're going to be calling. So we are going to be passing in a key. that, close that, close that, that. Okay. We've got this nearest index to click is what we're looking at changing. So that's what we're grabbing or adding in here. This, I believe, is now calling add point to spline. Yeah. Okay. So that whole line will do that. So we're going to do nearest index to click, or okay. So we know our we're checking to see if we've clicked in between those points. We also need to find out if the integral part of this is 0 or are we looking at, let's see. I'm sorry, the cat is just is meowing upstairs. They like to carry around a stuffed animal in their mouths and just go as if they've hunted something. So that's going on in the background while I'm trying to think. Okay, so we have our total spline points here. This is what we got to use. Which, if we've got 2 spline points, so 2, we're looking between 0 and 1. Let's go with actually 3 spline points. So we've got 0, 1, and 2. If we are within this, it means we're in the middle of something. So we're going to be wanting to just get the, basically, I think the integral part. So nearest index to click is equal to the integral part. If it's not, and we are near the end, what we need to now do is so else if, so we're outside of that integral part. And then from here, actually, we can just straight up call the add spline point to structure server, pass in the grab structure, the intersection, and the nearest index to click, which is just that. And modify the structure length and return. If the total spline points is okay, else I guess we don't need an else because we have that return. So we're jumping out if we're already there. We don't need to worry about this if we clicked in the middle of a wall section. But if we click near the end, we need to find out if integral part is equal to 0 or what, total spline points minus 1. So if we are clicking outside of this, if we're near one end of the spline, so on the 0 end, towards the 0 point, the first side, or we're near the very end, which will be the total minus 1, so the last index. Actually, what we need to be checking is if the decimal... So on one side, if the decimal part is less than 0.35f and the integral part is equal to 0, or, so that's one side, or the decimal part is greater than 0.65f and the integral part is equal to the total spline points minus 1, right? Which apparently you don't need those. Those are redundant, so I guess I don't know my my logical order of operations. I don't have them memorized, so I guess ands are multiplication. That's right. Ors are follow the, I think, addition of subtraction. So it does the ands first. I remember that in basic math skills. The word and means multiply. Or is what, add or subtract? One of those. So this is checking if we're near the 0 point. This is checking if we're near the other end point. And if so, our nearest index to click is equal to, or assigned to, oh, phooey, this isn't actually doing anything different. What am I trying to do here? Actually, the input key can be a float, so why are we... I guess it's because it's an int. Okay, let's try changing this to a float. Float, not flat, float. And then over here, this needs to be float. And we're changing that key. Float key, that key. Then we go to this and add point to spline. We want a float key, key. What am I doing? That should be const. That is float. That is float. I gotta get in the groove. I'm not in the groove yet. My bad. Const float. Float key. I did it there too. There we go. Here, we're good. Okay. I did it. I did it everywhere. All right. Okay. So we're passing in. We just need the key, not the index. So we're clicking in the middle of the wall. Add point. I see. Upper bound. The spline curves position points. So the collection of all the points. Input key, upper bound. You know what? Okay, let's not do that. And we're just going to call that. We're just going to do this, comment that out, and just do that there for now. Honestly, we're going to throw in the closest key. This we don't need anymore, nor any of that. So I'm just going to build that and see how that runs with passing a float rather than a rounded integer. Ooh, that's interesting. Very interesting. Huh. I wonder why it is not rendering those other instances. Wonder if this has a default spline point. Interesting. So when we were adding a spline point at index, so it was just zeroing those out. So can we do that here? And it needs a rotation too, doesn't it? So okay. I don't know. Let's try that. All these spline structures are new to me. So we're fine there. Did we add any? What? I don't know why that fired. It had points that were less than allowed. Okay. So if closest key greater than 0, maybe that'll help. Okay, so it did that thing again. And I can't grab anything but that, and it's doing that. Okay. So I'm probably doing I'm not doing this this correctly. So let's go back to add point to spline at index. Which we're calling somewhere around here, add spline point. Yeah, so right here, we're gonna call that again. Which needs all that. Go back to our int index. Okay, so we're doing this again. Let's go back up. So we're getting the closest key to where we clicked. Now this is the float. So I think this is where we want to do this again. And get the do we want a round? No, because okay, so this is where the rounding we want a buffer zone. So here, if we're within that, then we want to do our integral part, increase it, or we want to set, yeah, we will do this, except we're passing in plus plus the integral part. If we're less than that and it's 0, then actually and then we pass it there because we need to be setting that because that's how we grab things. So if it's, we want to get the index higher up because it's going to be shunting that index by putting one where it used to be, I think. And then if it's less than that and our integral part is 0, then we just say our nearest index to click is the integral part, and we do that again. And honestly, since we're doing all of that for both of these, we'll do that. And then we need to check if it's greater than 6.5 and the integral part is equal to the total spline points. Total spline points minus 1, so we're at the end of the we're at the end. Then our nearest index to click needs to be equal to total spline points, because we want to put one at the end, right? And then modify structure length, just so we're calling that. Okay. Let's try that. That makes sense in my head. Oh, what if it hits... Well, it's a good thing it failed because I just thought of something. If nearest index click is not equal to -1, or, you know what, is greater than 0, or equal to 0, then do that. And then what do we... That cat is calling again. So if closest key is greater than 0, that was basically our last, that was our protection last time. This is our new protection. If not, don't do anything. Okay. What's going on, Cupcake? Hey. Hey. You're being really loud. Yeah, you are. Hi. What's going on? Why are you being noisy? I'm trying to work. Aha! Okay. Interesting. Oh, that worked. That worked. You see that? It added it to the end. Okay. So there's a slight issue there. What is this 0? Is this the 0? It is. Okay. So what happens? It looks like it is adding a 1. All right. So we're getting closer. I like that. I like that. So what happened here? Are we not allowed maybe to add off of the 0? Or add a new 0 and shunt everything else? Let me see that behavior one more time. Maybe we can only grow with positive integers. So which end is the 0? This should be the 0. Yeah, that's the 1. That's the 0. Okay, so if we... Yeah. That's what I thought. Oh, that's the 2. That's the 1. And that's the 0. Okay, let me delete that. Try this again. So it should have grown. Yeah, it grew off the 1. And if I just shift click, it collapsed. Hold on. What I want to do actually, I should make that disappear when you delete it. I alt clicked and drag. What did it do? That's the 0. It added a 1. Okay. So, I'm assuming this is what's getting hit. So let's stop right here. Or you know what? We'll stop here. And see if that's the one that is getting activated. And see what it passes. Build. Okay. Our integral part is 0. I want to step over. Okay, so we... Oh wait, hold on. It's always going to be hitting this. Duh. Or no. Why did we hit this? Oh, because and it's always going to be... Hold on. My logic is stupid right here. So... This should be an and. It needs to be... And I'm going to reorder this so it's easier to read. So we're great. This means it has to be an and. So within this, if we're within these, so we can't be outside of those now. Okay. Let's try that again. Actually, let's just patch that. I can't. All right, restart that and see how that behaves now. Oh, I got a stiff neck today. I slept on the wrong pillow. Okay. That's not, I hit Alt already, so let's build it, and now, ooh. Ah. Okay, so that one's not working. That did. So I have a theory, is that 0? That's 3. Okay, so why can't... Interesting. Okay, so let's put a breakpoint. We are so close. It's starting to work. I like this. All right, so we're here. And I click there. Where are we? What's happening here? So our integral part is 3. This is correct. We have no decimal part. Let's step over is F10. So we're not that. Okay. Okay. So I see what, all right, what's happening here. We had no decimal part, so it was a 0, so it wasn't here. It was here, but our integral part was 3. So what if if a decimal part's less than 0.35 f, that would include 0, and it's equal to 0. Then our nearest we want to make our index 0. But if it's greater than 0.65 f, or decimal part is equal to 0, I want these first together, and the integral part is equal to the end. Okay, let's try that. So that'll include our issue of the 0 decimal on that one. How is their live coding active? I closed stuff. I don't understand you. Okay. So we got that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ooh. What happened there? We grabbed 3, we made a 2, and 3 moved from there to there. Let's delete and look at this again. See, there's the collapse behavior once again. Now why is that? What is that? That's the 2, the 1. So what's happening is so that's 0 and 1. So our decimal part, there we go. See how we're getting that, we're falling in here. So our integral part is currently 0. It is now 1. And our nearest index to click is now 1. So we are inserting a 1 at that intersection. Oh, maybe it's the return. Oh. Did we run this? Why, return should have shot us out, right? Come on. What's going on here? Why can't I? Did you seriously crash? Weird. So let's not return. You're going to do that, and you're going to modify the structure length. So if we're 0 to 1 and we were adding in a 1, at the intersection, it shouldn't. Let's comment that out for the moment. It should grab the newly created spline point 1 and only move that. And spline point, what was 1, should just become spline point 2, but maintain its location on the spline. It shouldn't move. All right, cool. It made one. See, now what did it do there? Why'd that happen? Or it added it and then we ended up grabbing it. So if we put that back in, is it going to do the collapse behavior? Didn't even do it. Okay, so let's close and close. See, there's the collapse. And why is it doing that? Right here. Maybe. Hold on, I don't want to break yet. Okay, so if I do this and I've got that, I want to break here. Why does resume do that? I wonder if this this is updating it, right? Update spline. I really don't know why it's doing that. It didn't seem like it did it all the time either. Sometimes we got a middle section to move without snapping things. Did it there. And it's doing it there again. So no, it's not even adding one now. Oh, because we're preventing it. Okay, so it added a one. I'm a little confused when it's doing this add spline point at index. So the position comes in, the index comes in. So yes, so we'll go into this because the index that we're sending in is less than the number of points, and it's greater than or equal to 0. In key is the index 0? If so, a 0 for our in key. Otherwise, we get 1 minus our index at the point, and we get the in value. We add 1. So if we're sending in index 1, this becomes 0, and then we get the in value for 0. But then we add 1. So we're going to the 1. I guess the input value of 0. All right, so our in key ultimately becomes 1, or 0's in value plus 1. Then we are creating position, rotation, and scale, insert, all that. Okay. If we've got metadata, then we're going to insert into the metadata, or the spline points metadata. We're inserting a point at the key that we just created with the values. So the in key is 1 point whatever of the in value we may have gotten, and the index is 1, and B closed loop. I don't think. Let's look up closed loop. Does that mean that it's like, the loop? The loop position will be at 1.0 after the last point's input key. No. So num points plus plus, that's from here. So we just added 1, so we're manually bumping that. And now we have just the subsequent points input keys to make room. So this is 2. So we have an index starting at 2, which is 1 after where we just inserted it. We're adding 1 to the position, the rotation, the scale, the in values. Okay. So all of that makes sense to me. None of that would have moved the previous, the next spline point. So I don't know, grab structure, spline, get the spline component. Can I, what is up? Oh, let's run an update on there and see. Maybe it hasn't updated yet by the time it gets here. Okay, stop. All right, so I don't want to call modify structure there. Maybe we don't break. Maybe we go into modify structure there. Interesting. Yeah, the return is pointless there. So why, once it does that, and it finishes add spline point to structure spline, maybe the hot reload didn't work. It should continue to modify structure length before breaking. Maybe we add an integer input to modify structure length where we specify exactly what we're going to move. Yeah, okay, so that's still happening. This worked once. Why isn't it working now? So let's not do that. Our nearest index to click. Let's say if it's less than 0, do this. I want to do a minus nearest index to click right here. And just see what happens. If it's less than 0, then we're gonna go into this and redo our nearest click, but maybe we need to drop it down before grabbing, before moving things. Ooh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. So no, we don't want to do that. Maybe our nearest index to click. Is this back to what we expect? Yes. Okay, back to what it was. I want to print out here our nearest index to click. Too many prints. Filter. It didn't even print that. Whoops, this should be there. Fix that. Stop. Try that again. Okay, now if I do that and I filter, I should be able to find nearest index to click out of all of that mess of a log. Yeah, I see it. Okay. No, it's always 1. It's always what we're wanting. 2, 1, 2. Okay, something doesn't behave the way that we are expecting it to. So, let's see. Maybe for spline, add spline point moves. Hold on. I don't know. I'm gonna take a quick break and think about this. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. Okay. There's something I want to try. I feel like the problem when we add spline point to structure, I'm wondering if it's moving, since these are events and they happen in parallel, if it is moving from here into this too quickly. So I want to put that break back, and I want to call, so if grab structure, so we're inside that. I do want to call modify structure length here, but I want to put in a delay. I just want to test a delay to see if this is once again a things are moving too quickly type of situation. So in order to do that, we're going to make a new F timer, I believe. Or actually, get world timer manager. Come on. There we go. Dot set timer. And we need a new handle, so an F timer. Debug delay. Put in debug delay right there. And then once it's done is when we'll call our ABG game player controller, modify structure length, and the timer. I don't know, 0.2F. Oh, that's the loop. No, yeah, 0.2F. The loop false. I only want it to fire once. Hey, Bogler. I'm doing all right. You? And I don't want anything else. So, oh, come on. I think I'm doing that one. Yeah, what's wrong here? Did I do an F timer handle incorrectly? Oh. It's still not happy. Oh, this is a protected function, so let's move this into public real quick. Cannot bind to L value of F timer. F timer handle. Oops. Okay. There we go. And I think this can be protected. Yeah. We're fine calling a protected. Okay, so this should, after 0.2 seconds, fire off modify structure length so we can see if 0.2 is just long enough. Nice. I've been diving into a little bit of Blender lately, Boblier. I like Maya too. I used that in high school actually, back in the day. Do that. Yeah, all right. It was just we needed a slight delay before calling the movement so that it has time to change the there we go. Okay. I think our spline wall function is working now exactly how we wanted it to. Besides our corners. But that's really because the way that we've constructed our walls doesn't allow for a nice corner, so how should we fix that? How could we make our walls look let's take a look at our code where we're spawning meshes. So let's rename this debug this delay. So this is timer for spline point update timer. Delay necessary for spline points to be updated, shifted so that new index is grabbed. Movement. Okay, so I'm wondering if if we could grab the when we, where is it? Oh, it's on structure. I'm in the wrong class. That's why. Here we go. Update structure mesh. I'm wondering if we can find out if we're on an index point. And if we're on a spline point, and the spline point's in and out tangents, if we can find out if it's a corner. I did. Yeah, I've got the YouTube archive link where I store everything, because I think I'm an Amazon Prime person, so I have Twitch Prime. I think they store only the last 60 days worth of your streams in the collection, so well, I'm adding them to a Twitch collection, but I don't know if they start pruning the videos out of there. So I'm storing them. I also back them up to Google Drive so that I'm not losing them. All right. I know people create mesh corners, so I know this is possible for our spline to update our corners. Hmm. Maybe we can't. Maybe we really can't. So, what we want instead is to modify our walls so that they work either in the middle or on the corners. So, let's dive into Blender a little bit and spend some time in there. Let's open up our wall. This is our debug wall. In fact, I'm going to save as just simple wall 1. So this isn't a brick wall anymore. Yet, at some point I will make a brick wall, but I think we need to modify this. I liked this at the first. This was cool at first, but we need corners. So first of all, we need to have this be the same height as our door. So what's our door? Our door's height, if we look on the side, it's 2.4 meters tall and 1 meter wide. So let's go back to our wall. If we look to the side, we are barely 1.5 meters tall. Funny. Okay, let's scale on the Z. We want to be, whoop. There we go. 1.5 gets us perfectly there. So let's do that. And now, yeah, we've got this issue. So we go into edit mode, face mode, and grab that. And we scale. No, can't scale. About edge mode, and we get that edge, and that edge, that edge, and that edge. Actually, it's not scale mode we wanted. We want face mode, grab that face, and we just want to move it. Oh, interesting. That's pretty nasty. We've got an extra and unnecessary edge right there. So let's get rid of that. That's a good find. Let's get rid of that one too. We'll add a new face in a second. Okay, so let's get our face again and just move it downwards. And I want to fix, I'm gonna go that side. G on the Z. There we go. Do that. Grab that face, go back on the side. And do that. There we go. All right, we fixed that. U to U. No, that's not the fill. I want U, U, and U, and U. Now fill. And that will fill. That's better. Okay. So now it's at least the right height, but these things that's not going to work for us anymore. So our walls have to be pretty basic. Or out. I guess we could throw in corner, make a separate corner that you drag in, but I don't know. Spline point in and out tangent. What is that? Spline point tangents. Somebody explain it. Actually, all right, let's save that as a simple wall. Let's make a new general. And this is going to be our, I want to test this, simple corner. And our corner, it needs to be scaled to down to just 1 meter. We're going to move it up. We're going to move it in the X by 0.5, and we're going to move it in the Y by 0.5. So there is our 1 meter by 1 meter box. Oh wait, we're not doing it offset like that anymore. That was a trial thing. Let's go ahead and apply all our transforms to it. And scale in the Z to 2.4. So it is the right height. Okay. So if a wall is coming in here and a wall is coming in here, and if we look at our simple wall, I think select all the meshes. First of all, shift in to recalculate. We are good, it looks like, if you check with backface culling. I think if we were to say at every spline point itself, spawn a corner, we would be okay. So if I go to face mode, select all the faces, recalculate the normals, and apply all the transforms, and I save and I export this selected object as a corner. Let's do that to our wall as well. Select all, recalculate normals, this, apply all the transforms, save, export as simple wall. Go back to, we need to launch Unreal now. Here we're going to import those. Simple corner, simple wall. Don't need U. And the brick wall, we'll go to our here, static mesh bank wall. We're going to swap for our simple wall. So we'll get rid of that. Whoops. It's being referenced, huh? How's it being referenced? I don't see it being referenced. Oh, here we go. Did we not finish that? We need to return to this. This isn't how I want this to go. All right, I'm going to just set that up as simple wall for the moment. Okay. So we'll fix that. That's not at all how I want that to be. Okay. So, and in our static mesh, I'm going to add corner, simple corner. Okay. So this builds all of our walls, our wall instance. This is our wall instance. And this builds those meshes in between all of the spline points. So this right here builds wall meshes between spline points. What we also want to do is put a mesh on each of the spline points. So this gets all the spline points -2. So well, that's what that does. This builds it between. So we need to check. All right, we're at spline locate. So const auto spline location. Oh yeah, we can't do it in here either because we have to make, so the wall instance, I'm going to call this wall instance. And we need a corner instance component. So the corner instance component needs to add an instance if the spline, if the location here where are we using distance? Distance that, so integral. That's how many repetitions. So for okay, if j is 0 or it's equal to the integral, so those will be the spline points. So if j is equal to 0 or j is equal to integral, it's going to be a corner. Else. Okay. That'll choose between corner or wall. Now we just need to make sure that our corner instance gets the right mesh and material. So structure info, right. So our spline structure has, where's it getting structure info from? Structured data array. So for structure info and structured data array, we do this. So it needs to grab this corner from all right, let's go into our types. Here's our structure info. So we have a static mesh. We need to have a structure is going to require potentially, now that we're putting in this corner idea, it'll need more structure info. So, or hold on. This is the primary structure data array like we had. Why is the autocomplete? There we go. primary structure data array. And then we're going to want secondary structure data array. Whoa. There. Stores other structural info such as corner. Such as cornering. So here we're going to go, this is going to come out of secondary, come on. There. Okay. Actually, this needs to be done up here, right? Or, no, I guess that you are going to create an instant static mesh for each structure info in the array. Okay. All right. Let's see if we can make this spawn our corners now. So if we, how are we doing this? We spawn, where's our structure thumbnails? What's spawning it, right? Using spawn structure. We're adding info so that we're doing this in here. Okay. so that's not going to work. Well, actually, hold on. What it could do, actually, so this is the primary static mesh. This is the primary material instance. And, excuse me. What if the wall knew what its corner was? So let's just do that, and then make another one. With the secondaries. Okay. So that allows us to create an FBG structure that could hold a secondary. And why don't we spawn structure at location? Why don't we pass in the FBG structure info new structure info. Then that allows us to make that coming in same thing here. We're going to pass the new structure info. It's all packaged. Why do we have this all? So, yeah, we don't need to do that. This needs to just bring in that. And just add new structure info. There. Okay, so when we're spawning, bring that in, we check that's going to have it stored what we need. So what we're actually going to check is if new structure info dot static mesh, because we just need these primaries, right? If those are valid, then we make a new transform, set it to new structure info dot transform, set location. Oh, dot location. And here we're just passing in new structure info. Shorten that. Okay. Over here, I don't think we have a local spawning. It's just Sol server, so that should be fine. Close all that. Start it back up, and we're gonna make this information in the UI. So when we are making a thumbnail, it'll store the static mesh in the material. So structure thumbnail. Yeah, new structure info. We're gonna make one. So we don't need that anymore. The transform. That's the location. Okay, the primary static mesh for this structure comes from, right, so this, we're going to do a, rather than, okay. Rather than a mesh name, how are we using it? Gotcha. Okay, so rather than that, do the primary static mesh secondary static mesh, and then we want a material instance. This is our primary material instance and our secondary material instance. Here, pass that in, that, and that. Okay, and in our Game Master HUD, this guy here, this is where we set it. So simple wall and the simple corner. This is where we'll go with the marble polished and marble polished. We could probably, right now, this is every time. So for the interface, I think we'll make a function maybe in the game mode that this will be populated, and then this is where we'll go back to using our data bank. To get that information out. So see if, damn, okay. Work. So let's see what's happening. Server, if it's calling any of that stuff. AZ positive. Doing all right. Working on the wall splines. Oh, and it crashed. All right, so let's open up the logs and see why we're getting a crash. Okay, so it did add, it added it correctly, so we got 1. And out of bounds. All right, so let's take a look at what's going on, make sure that where we're going out of bounds. So we're doing this without even checking, make sure that these are allowed. So if ew. We don't have access to it if we do that. Oh, we're not even using the secondary. Right, okay. Stop. It's in the primary structure data array. We're not doing that anymore. We're doing primary structure data array dot how am I doing this? Think. So Need to see if this is on. This is totally going to fall apart if we have more than one structure info in there, because they will all have the name instance, wall instance. Get complicated here. Okay, let's just test. This is badly done, but I just want to see if it works before we proceed further down this, and then we can rethink this. Huh. I'll protect it, but I don't know why it was empty. Passing it right there. And we're making it right there. There we go. Oh, hey. We are... I mean, it's not working perfectly, but we've got cornering going. That's amusing. It's very funny that it can't it doesn't combine one there. And why is it off? Yeah, it's got snap to target including scale, so I'm not sure why that's occurring. Yeah, it's broken, but it's starting to have a little bit of what we're intending. But again, I'm not sure why it's doing that. Zero, zero, zero. It should be adding it. When we create a new instance static mesh component, we're attaching to the root component and we're attaching snap to target including scale. So that offset doesn't make sense. We have that offset issue happening again. I don't know why. Well, that's just strange. Guess it's sort of working. It's just off by... Take a look at the transform that we're creating here. What's going on? Yeah, that has nothing to do with the static mesh. That is the spline, and the spline is correct. See, what happened there? What is that? Why is it... What's going on here? Is it the closer to the origin and the further away? Yeah, it's doing like a ratio relative to this origin 0, 0 again. The exact same issue we had last time. And I don't know why it's doing it again. That's super frustrating. try that. Attach it to the spline. I feel like that's what we did before. It's getting the world location and setting it. Or no, it's getting the spline components location. Set world location. I want to set it to the root. And then I want to attach it to the spline. Snap target including scale. That should work. What is going on here? It is attaching to the spline just fine. It's not at 0, 0. Okay, we're sending in a transform. I think it's screwing up from the input, the UI here. Right here. No, it's flat to the bottom. Just attach it. Maybe the movement is what's messing it up. Snap it to target. Because it's already got a transform that's coming in, right? Of the tile. Damn. Is it doing that? That's why. Okay, so the instanced mesh component is on the spline, but the instance itself is getting offset. I remember. Okay. I know why. Because we messed up what we're doing. This wasn't supposed to be the transform of the structure. This was the location of where to spawn structure at location. That's what I'm messing up. So it's doing exactly what we want it to, but we forgot the location. So stop. Spawn structure at location needs we want the structure info, but we also want our f location, or is it f vector? That's right. Location to spawn. Okay, so we want that. And then this, we want to pass the location. And this needs that as well. Oops. And that is an add structure, and if that comes in there. The location new transform is from location. Okay. So if I do that, that's gonna, for the spawn, No, because I don't know if I don't know what's out there. I mean, like the spline structure itself that we have on how to spawn it came from a YouTube video, but we're kind of off the beaten path at the moment. So if we go here, all right, now if we refresh that, that's not what we're doing. The location goes there. Our transform, we make one, is just those zeros. So now that should put it the structure at the location, but there we go. Ta-da! We just have that issue of 2. Interesting. I wonder why that happened. All right, let's make a function real fast for, we want the mesh name string, and we want the material name string. And should be in the game instance. Let's do it in the game mode. This is where we're storing these. So get data from bank. Pass by reference. I want the, what do you call it? Yeah, we'll go with name. Name. So this is going to spit out, hopefully, I'll return a static mesh. So we don't need to do that. We'll just do that. And then we also want the material instance bank and get data table row from that as well. Just do a sequence first. Second. And let's do a bool as well. And that will actually be, this will be the found static mesh. Promote to found material instance. And we will check both. What we're going to do. There. Okay, so that from the game mode, and I don't like this corner logic, so that, and we have a problem with this wall instance, so we got to think. Let's take out cornering for now. And this is just to create walls. And okay, so in SplineStructure we have this update structure mesh. That's going to be the main call, but we want a void update wall mesh, update corner. So update wall mesh stop for the moment, the editor. What I'm thinking is that a structure is going to have its main, it has its wall, right? And we only need to do that. The make an instance. It's only see, this is going through if we had multiple in the data array over here, which is just our structured data array again. It's not primary anymore. We need to separate out the construction of the wall and I think the accessories of the wall in order to make to clean this so it isn't yeah. I'm gonna eat lunch and then we're going to break this apart and try and make this less iffy and sticky on relying on arrays and where we put things in the arrays. I don't like that. That feels bad. So I'm going to eat lunch and I'll be right back. Okay, and we're back. We're going to work on our structure and our static mesh and material instance bank, because the way it's set up at the moment is going to fall apart. So a structure, a spline structure, I'm wondering if it shouldn't hold an array. This can potentially cause some issues if we have more than one, because yeah, I think we're going to reduce this down into just a structured data. So rename that to structured data. And this is going to return just the structure info. And we've got to fix things in here. So we're not going to go through for in there. It will just be, so take out that for loop, that first one. And this will be the structured data. We'll get rid of that. So we're going to have just this update wall mesh, which I think this will call update wall mesh. And updating the wall mesh is going to not worry about secondaries, just the structured data. So I think a wall is just going to be we'll figure out about adding things to walls, but I think a wall is just a wall and corners, or end pieces, so to speak. So if we have structured data of a primary static mesh and the primary material instance, we're going to create the wall instance, which is all of this, right? Or it's all down to this. So this is our wall, update wall mesh. That could be made constant, it looks like. Now, the corner mesh, if structure data dot, if we have corner info, so this is where we can check, and structure material instance, then we'll update corner meshes. And I think we're going to go through. So we're going to do this. And this will be the secondary static mesh and the secondary material instance. We can rename those too because they kind of suck. I think this if, honestly, should be handled outside of it as well. So then get rid of that, and we get rid of that. Now it just does that. We've already done our checks. So we're going to, in our update corner mesh, this is our corner instanced component. Corner instance. For auto spline point in spline component get number of spline points. Minus, actually, how are we doing this? We need to do an for I 0 and I is less than spline component get number of spline points plus I, right? That's int. So if we're going through with that and we want to spline component get spline point position. Get transform at spline point index. And that's going to be I, comma, E spline coordinate space local. And let's use scale. Auto spline point transform. So we're going to put a corner at every spline point. And we're going to F transform is the new transform. And the new transform dot set location is going to be at spline point transform. We don't need to do, actually we could just pass in, because this is a an F transform. So yeah, we just need to do actually we do, don't we? No, we don't. So corner instance component set or add instance new spline point transform. I think that'll do it, right? So Oh, we probably broke some other things though. Yeah, okay. Stop. Add structure info. This is no longer to the array. This is just going to be set structure info. And it'll be under getters or setters. Excuse me. It just does that. We can get rid of that. See where things might be red. Probably in here somewhere. Actually, I guess it's fine because we just changed. I think the function parameter stayed the same. Cool. All right, we're still alive. I think need to. No, we're still good here. That's okay, and we'll work on the bank next so that we aren't hard setting those things. Hey, still working. That's cool. Look at that. Oh yeah. That's great. I think what we just need to do is make the wall slightly smaller. So let's go to Blender. Where's my Blender? There's my Blender. That is the wall. So we're going to scale it. Actually, we're going to go into this mode and grab that face, and then not scale, but G. Let's go to the side. G in the Z axis. We're just going to go down, I think. We'll do that. Save it. Apply all the transforms. Export FBX. Selected object. Re-import. There we go. And we've got the issue of the Z of the wall inside. So let's go into the code, and when we are doing update wall mesh, if j is 0 or j is equal to the integral. Let's try that. Just want to see if we'll skip those endpoints. I wonder why. Let me stop it. If j equals 0 or j equals integral, continue. So that should skip this part of the loop, right? Plus plus loop count, then continue. That might be an issue. That's funny. Interesting. What the? That's weird. Okay, so this doesn't work. Excuse me. Where's the warning? Never used. Oh. Whoops. That's probably why it didn't work. No, go away. Okay. There we go. It is skipping. That's interesting. So, wonder why. Huh. Two before, but only one here. Stop. Let's see. We are subtracting 2 right here. Let's try subtracting 1. Okay. No change. Very odd. Huh. Yeah, let's get rid of the loop count. Maybe the loop count was the problem there. Maybe. Looks a little different. We do that. No. Get rid of that. What if we start the loop count at 1? And we're going till one before the final integral. So this should have been less than integral, not less than and equal integral minus 1. That's silly. I wonder if it's not resetting. It's not fixing that issue either. All it's doing is just not adding one more each time at the end there. So that's not what we want, right? Well, actually, there's issues at the corner with the with that. I don't know if we will be able to fix that. Unless we make corners slightly larger. Yeah, the only way that we would fix that is that this would need to come out a little bit more. So if we go to our corner, we scale it on the X by 0.1, not 0.1, 1.1 through BSP. These are we're not building with BSP. BSP is for temporary blocking out of a level. These are not. We're not level designing. What we're doing is we're offering a. This is all at runtime. This is not and it's totally dynamic. This won't be set permanently. This is for quick tabletop game stuff. And we're using simple geometry at the moment just because for debug purposes. Okay. So having the corners just slightly larger than the wall fixes the Z issue. Wonder what happens. Yeah, you can't click on a corner. Whoops. There's our door. What happens if we add that? Yep. We're creating a completely dynamic drag and drop tabletop generator. So, okay. We have these data banks here of our meshes and our materials that we're grabbing from. But we're not doing that at the moment. We bypassed that temporarily for here where we set it, where we hard coded. Excuse me, I don't like that. That's not how I want this to go. I don't think. I kind of want a, first of all, let's put our control menu to the top, just for now. And can we put the font, like, I guess the word can't be centered in there. Whatever. I'm thinking, what if we had, we need to have separate menus for the different things that we create. So we're going to wrap this object grid panel with a switcher. And this will be the objects grid switcher. This will be the token grid. We're going to need another grid. This one will be called the structure grid. Maybe. I don't know. So tokens can be built from mesh name and material name just fine. But with a structure, the problem we're facing is it needs a primary and a secondary. So if we go to the thumbnail, this is where, let's find our token. What are we doing differently here? Right. This takes in a mesh name and a material name. We could revert to that. But it's not being made dynamically. So our data bank, let's find it. Types. Static mesh bank and material instance bank. They are both databases. Maybe the static mesh should have the type. And here we'll do, maybe let's make an enum. So enum blueprint type enum class ebg. Oh, we have a grabbed object type already. Let's just rename this to just object type. And we will have a EBG BG object type. Because it's not for, so right, because old C style needs to go above it. Now we can go EBG. That's control mode. There it is. Okay. Save, stop all that. If you haven't followed yet, please hit the follow. I'm trying to get up to 50 followers at some point here. It would be nice. Wouldn't it be nice? All right, so let's go back to our static mesh bank. A wall is a structure. A door is structure. Cube is a token. Sphere is a token. Cone is a token. Tile token, or tile's board, but sure, we'll figure that out. All right, so those now have an enum. It is stored in the gameplay. Our player controller has access to, or the game mode is what stores that data bank. Our player controller has access to that. Our HUD and UI does not. So, we want to, I think, dynamically populate based on our data structure, so that as we add new tokens or new structures, our menus build, so that we don't have to keep coming into our UI and adding a thumbnail for every single thing. Eventually we'll have, pictures that we could probably add to these for fighters and warriors and magic users and whatnot for whatever game you're playing, or cyberpunks. Your cyberpunks. Yes, we won't hard code that someday. Okay, token grid and spline wall goes to the structure grid. Getting a little squished there. I don't know. I'll stick to a 3. Okay. And we'll get rid of the wall for now. We're not doing that anymore. We have our structure. So above this, let's get a text. Control mode. Oh, that's not it. Control mode. And let's get another text that will go underneath. This is object type. I did it again. object type text, object type. We'll duplicate this box, and this is the object type combo box. And we've got token structure board. Token by default. And we need to have on selection changed. It'll switch the widget switcher. So this is the structure grid, and that'll be a variable as well. And we'll make a board grid. Doesn't have that, but it's got a board spawn button in it. Okay. On selection changed, we need to selection type. Oh, I see. That's what that means. This is the only way that I had with the switching of that, and that was stupid. But I guess we'll do that. Get, this is get control enum from string, and we're gonna duplicate and call this get object type enum string. And these will be of EBG object type. No, EBG object type. Okay. And this is token structure board. So here we do our get object type from string, send in the string, in the control mode, switch, or actually object type combo, not box, the switcher. Set active widget index. We select int. Select this. Be so none. We're not going to have, so we'll set that to just 4. 100. All right. See if that works. Whoops. There we go. All right. Cool. A little bit of organization there. All right. Now we should do a populate of each grid. So the token grid populate token grid. We need to get from player controller what we're gonna need is for each row that is of type token, we want the name, and then we'll offer any material. Or we're getting to the point that the material we'll have to figure out how to swap, do dynamic material instances also, just so we can swap out materials and stuff for, I think, edit mode. So maybe it'll have a default. So what material do we have here? That could be a material. Tech checker dot, maybe? Basic floor. Asset platform, maybe? Let's do asset platform. There. Okay, so from our player controller, we want to access the game mode. Excuse me, so we'll do it in the game mode first, which has the banks. And we need a public function that returns an array of fname of get row names of type, and it receives an EBG object type. So it's going to our static mesh bank. Get all rows, get row names. What's a row map do? It's a map of name of row to row data structure. And what's a row struct? So what if I do that? Get row, get all rows, and what is it? It wants an out row array. No context string, but we need a T of, what is it? T star. I don't think we can do that. Maybe it's of to the API. UE for get all rows. How to iterate through a data table. Here we go. Every row inside a data table is a struct. To get the struct, you use function find row with the name. Ah, okay, to iterate, it's easier. We go for, no, I don't want to be famous. Guess what? You just got banned. Get out of here. For auto row in our FBG, or what is it? It's our static mesh bank row map. There we go. Row dot okay, value has a pointer to a struct of data. You can safely cast it to your actual type. Okay. So we can cast to FBG static mesh bank. So if auto I'm gonna make this just it for an iterator. If auto struct nice, there we go. We want to get the object type. if object type is equal to in, and we're then oh, it's an F text. How do I, let's see. How do you make an F name from that how you do it? Oh my god. All right. Except I like it on the other side. Okay, so that should do that. It returns the names. This do up here. Control functions, I don't know. This will be a U function, blueprint callable. Gameplay data, and this will return the T array of F name, get row names of object type from game. This receives the FBG object, or EBG object type, const reference object type. And this just calls the gameplay statics get game mode. We need to cast to our ABG gameplay game mode base. This is the world thingy. Get row names of type, and you pass the object type in, and we return what that returns. There we go. Woo! Okay. Compile. And it failed. Because of this. Why is this? Too many arguments for function-like macro invocation text. I always stumble over the conversion of strings, texts, and names. Okay. My pricing? Right now I'm working for a private client, and it's hourly. But depending on what you need, you're welcome to we can chat externally and figure out what it is you're needing, and I can see if I'm able to do it. So this, I need to first make this a string. So there's a text, and I want this to string. So there's a string, and now I can make an auto. This is the new string. The name is equal to fname from new string. And then names dot add. Booyah! All right, try that on. Try that for size. Come on. What? I was lied to. I can't just cast this to my structure. Did it work? Oh. Well, cool. Let's see if it really worked. Okay. Open this up. If we go to here, and I go to here, and I get player, get owning player, and I pass to our game player controller, get row names of, there we go. And I want token. The return value is an array of names. Why don't we promote that to a variable? Token names. Put that into variables. And let's see if we can see it. I don't know if we can see those things. We never actually called that, too. So on construct, after we do this stuff, we'll populate the token grid. You know what? I want to just print for each. Print it. Woof. Yeah, I had a feeling. I had a feeling we'd have an issue here. Okay. It is not happy. No. Okay. Yep. We need to make this a server call. So, with that closed. I hear you, kitty. Yeah, I hear you. You're being loud. This is going to be server, and we'll do it reliable, blueprint callable. And then on this side, this needs to be implementation. Because we can only get that from the server side. And a server thing cannot return a value. Crud. Well, that throws a wrench in this whole plan. I really didn't want to have the data bank duplicated on every client. That seemed unnecessary. But I guess I'm not sure how to get around that. So if we want to dynamically populate our object list, we need to know all the names. I guess we'll have all right. I think it has to be replicated, so it's a t-array f name of token names, and we'll have to do the same thing for a t-array f name of, come on, structure names. And this doesn't return anything anymore. It just sets so on token names is equal to that. And same thing with structure, but with structure names. No. There. And board, we'll just break for now. Okay. And we gotta do rep lifetime on both of those. That's fine. We can just chill, hang out, watch each other's games grow. I don't really have time to dive into another project at the moment anyway. I have one other fun game idea actually that's brewing in my mind that I might alternate with working on this at some point. That one will be heavily focused on playing around with learning AI in Unreal Engine. Alright, so that we're going to populate the token and we're going to get the token names, and we'll just do that. I don't need to set that at the moment. Let's see if that worked. Put log. And I don't think we have a real good way to check this, do we? So I don't think that fired at all. Let's set this then output, and we'll break right there. Well, why can't I see? It didn't do anything. Possibly AI is fun. When it starts moving around, there's just like something pretty cool with that whole thing, you know? Yeah, that's kind of what I have in mind, is to play around with the AI and see if I can get them to do funny things when they mess up. So this didn't even get called. It's once again doing that thing. This really bugs me. So I have to make a call to the client to make a call to the server. I hate this. This is so... All right. Oh, stop. It's not server call. Stop again, because I don't need implementation right there. Cool, it switched over to the correct one. Let's see if this works now. It did not. Oh, however, cube, sphere, and cone are in our player controller array. So interesting. So our function worked to populate the names. It's just doing it at the wrong time, I think. So I don't know why I deleted the print. Yep, there it is. If I move my face up a little, you can see cube, sphere, cone. So once again, it was just waiting for things to catch up so that that could be done. Okay, so we've got our token names. And now for each, what we need to do is in our token grid, create a widget of token thumbnail. So for each, this is going to be the mesh name, and we're just going to go with our default, and we'll make a default color at the moment as well. For tokens, just we'll go with green. And owning player also. Add child to uniform grid. This is going to be the row, or actually row index. This could have been a function. And a max column, which is 3. Oh, I've done this before and I hate doing this. This is annoying. We want to do starting at 0, so we check if a branch, or we need to select So if we're checking if our column index is equal to the maximum one, then actually if our column index is greater than max column, we start over at 0. Otherwise, we use the row index. And then we put the column index in, and then we increase the column index. We check if it's the max column. If so, no, that's not right. If it is equal, max column is equal to the column index, we then set column index back to 0. And then we need to row index, increment, for resetting our blah. We only increment the row index if we're resetting our column index to 0. So our row index is always normal. That's just incrementing. Our column index is the one that we select. Okay, so if I get rid of that and that and that, what happens? Yeah. Not yet, kiddies. Give me a little bit. No. Come on, go away. All right, look at that. And they do indeed grab the correct meshes and the meshes with the default. With the default. Awesome. All right, cool. So we've got a dynamic, that's working. This honestly, let's see if we can collapse that to a function. Oh wait, no we can't. Undo. We have a delay in here. Come on. Stop. Go away. We're going to comment this. Somehow avoid this delay. Maybe if we're a function, we can wait, but the problem is we're not returning something out of this function, so it's populating something, so we have to wait until it's done populating that. Okay, I've got cats screaming at me at the moment, so I'm going to take a moment to go feed them and take a quick break, and then we'll finish up the rest of today. Just play around a little bit right now, just because it's going to move token. Ooh, we can get them through the doors now. Nice. And does still hide. Cool. All right. I'm going to take a break and feed the cats, and I'll be right back. Okay. Cats are fed. So, I think I want to... Let's get rid of the different Z levels for now. Just clean that up to one floor again. We'll work on different Z levels in the future, because I think that needs to be enhanced a little bit more. Let's finish up. So we've got, this is for populate the token grid. We basically need the same thing for populate structure grid. And we need to get structure names. We can promote that to a variable, structure names. We're going to be making a structure thumbnail. And this is where, okay. We have to solve this. So the token, we're going into the bank. We need to return to this. We have to return to forever. We have to go back to the future. We need to access our static mesh bank and our material instance bank rather than sending in hard-coded static meshes and material instances. We are getting our corner information. So how do we want to handle the corner, though? We're making a structure info, which holds the primary static mesh, the primary material instance, and a transform, which is really unnecessary. I guess it's going to receive two names. Do that again. And we're going to no. All right. We just have to handle this differently than tokens. So somehow we need to pair walls with corners. So I'm thinking, excuse me. Hmm. I think in the structure thumbnail actually is where so on construct it's going to get the we're going to do a mesh name, material name, This will be the primary mesh name and the primary material name. And then we want a secondary mesh name and a secondary material name. These won't be... Turn these off. Okay. We will... This... Actually, we're going to do that. Okay. Nope. We're going to revert back to passing the name because it needs to handle getting that stuff. So this will receive the location, f name const the primary mesh name, it's primary material name, reference secondary mesh name, name const reference secondary material name. All right, it is going to do if static mesh bank and material instance bank do that. This will be the primary static mesh row. Primary material instance row. Secondary static mesh row. This will be the secondary material instance row. And if those are all valid, actually no, what we're going to do is a new we'll make it here, and we'll pass in yeah, all those things. Oh, a transform also. Here. Oh, come on. What do you want? Oh, we got to get the... Okay, now I think we can just do if new structure info. Or not. Okay, then over here, I think this also is going to require pretty much that. And I think I'm going to give these defaults. Okay, that'll work. So now that. Those go in there. And over here, same thing. So we're back to loading things out of the data bank by sending names in to search for. So we don't have to worry about static meshes or materials. This by default will be corner, and this by default is a default. Same thing with the material name. default, and wall by default. Okay, need that. Okay, when we go over here, refresh. So for structure names, yeah, see how they got them there. All right, so for structure names, we're gonna go for each, and the name gets right there. We're gonna call these elsewhere so that these can get turned into a function instead. I want these to be local. Can I do that? Yeah. No. All right. Column index. And this is why I'm doing it locally, because I don't want those as externals. Okay, so we need in here is the row index, column index, and max columns, which is 3. Okay, come into this. We check if our column index is greater than our max columns. If it is, we pick 0. Otherwise, we do column index. Our row index is just our row index. We then increase our column index and check if it's equal to max columns. If so, our column, we just bump up our row index and reset column index. Okay, so that's populate token grid. Oops. And we'll do the same thing and make this into a function, which failed. Why did it fail? There we go. Populate the structure grid. master HUD and structure grid failed to cast B to game controller. We get structure names. Onto that. And we also need our 3 ints. This is our row index, column index, max columns. 3. Index there. Column, upper column index, check if it's equal to max. If so, we reset to 0 and we up the row index. Okay. And we'll run that after we run Populate token grid. And we will, in our game player controller, when we set up the UI, first we want to run token, and then do it for structure. So that should handle populating those arrays. Save and start it. Token didn't work. Structure sure as hell worked. It's kind of all messed up though. Okay. Oh, that's because the structure was built as the old one. Just do blue. Oh, this runs on owning client. There we go. Okay, structure didn't work. Oh, What happened? Oh. Oh, right. It's going to do all three. Okay. Well, there's our tokens. Oh, man. All right. So, in our data, we're going to put that to none and door to none. Okay, we just need now to fix what's going on there. So, where's that transform coming in? Where are we making that? The location we're spawning at. All close. Let's just put the loop count back to 0. Hmm. Interesting. don't know. Let's try the root component again. The corners are fine, but the wall is again off. What are we doing wrong? What did we screw up here? Structure thumbnail. Right, that's the location, which is getting sent in. That's just annoying. So it's getting 100 for the Y from somewhere. Where's it getting that from? Where's that 100 coming from? All right, so I'm gonna just take those out. And see if that fixes that. Because it's getting 100 in the y-axis from right here is where it would be getting it for some reason. And I don't know why. Yeah, there we go. So it was somehow getting a really ridiculous, I don't know. Its material is still incorrect. Why is it loading the material wrong? So if I set that to default, does that ruin it? No, it still does it. Oh, wait. No, material instance bank. Okay, what if I take those out? Maybe it's screwing things up. Those defaults sometimes don't work right. No, go away. Shoot. No, I already fed you. That's funny that the corner doesn't move. I need to fix the corner. What do I do? What's going on here? Why is this not loading? It is. Well, that's interesting. Are we not setting the material? What? It's right there. What changed? Hey, stop. I think I have to do this for each of these, actually. any of these that we are using for instance static meshes needs to make sure that that is checked. Okay. I don't know if that will fix our current problem. Yeah, I really don't know why it's working for tokens. Oh, there we go. Who knows? Hello, Sarah. I'm doing well. How are you doing, Sarah? There we go. Walk. Pretty cool, right? All right. We've got a pretty, I think the wall spline is, that's a pretty good development today. To, you know, we're spawning corners and end pieces on all of our, on all of that. I'm happy. Okay. Cool. What can we do now? We've got a little under an hour left for today. Wondering. I was always wondering why that wasn't outlined. Well, let's spend some time improving the door. So we just have this hole. I think what would be better let's open our wall. Let's work from this. We'll save as simple door. All right. Let's go in here, and I think yeah, there we go. Point 1. I go to edge mode, I move that down. Can I? No. If I get rid of just the face and go to that, still can't go down. Point mode. That and that. Actually, what if I got rid of those edges? And then why can't you move down? All right, never mind. Never mind. Oh, I was scaling. That's what the problem was. I need to go to G on the, there we go. Okay. Actually, I want to G on the Z, side view, front view, there we go. GZ to there. There we go. Okay. And then that to extrude inward, maybe? Right there. And that I want to move down a touch. And the snapping is like to the meter. That's not what I want. But down to 5. What's the door height again? Door height in meters. 2 meters. So it actually needs to be up there. Whoops. Good to know. Okay. And let's do the same here. We're going to hit I to 1. Edges. Select. Actually, first we're going to select this face and delete that face. Then we'll select the face, move it down. There we go. I don't know how to flip it. What's the... Yeah. Okay, and then I select that face and extrude inward to there. And then select that face. G by 0.1 on the Z. Nope. .02? 0.2? Is it point? Yeah, 0.1. Looks good to me. I'm going to move that actually on the y-axis by 0.1, 0.5, wrong way, negative 0.5, there we go, 0.2. Nope, too much. G on the Y by 0.05. There we go. And then this face, I want to G on the Y by negative 0.05. Perfect. Select all the normals, recalculate. I'm also going to select everything, apply the transforms. All right. Now, what I want to do, that's a much better door. How about we put a little sphere or something on it? Can we combine? I don't know how to combine meshes yet. That's cool. But I don't really want to do that. What I want to do is actually, really, I just want to delete the face for now, you know? And then and do that. And save. And we'll export that as the simple door. And then we'll figure out how to add like an actual door in at some point so we can, you know, select object, then click add. Okay. Maybe we'll make a door as a separate thing, two separate meshes, so that we can actually swing the door open and closed. For now, we've got a door. I don't know how to do textures yet, so I haven't gotten that far into my Blender course. Go to our data, static mesh, and we'll swap the door for the simple door. That one for now. Whoop, what are we doing here? Oh yeah, we need to fix this. This sucks. All right, now we can get rid of that door. Okay, if I make myself a wall, there we go. Now it matches, except it's using the wrong texture. Let's Okay. Yes, you can. You can model in UE4. I don't believe it is. It's still a an experimental feature. So I would like to continue to learn and use Blender, because it's open source, and I like that. Cool. All right, we got a wall. Go ahead and lock the wall so we don't mess it up. Our little tokens. Perhaps with a door we will remove the floor. Otherwise, we will be going upon top of it when we drag over it. But that's pretty cool. Hey, I think our stuff is coming along quite nicely. Well, before I say I don't want to get into anything, let's look at this. So when we click on a door button, okay, no, I want to save this for another time because I want to do this similarly. I want it to look through the bank for the name and the material name. And we will pass in and we'll flip based on the state of the wall, if it's a door or if it's a wall. So yes, you can build with BSP and then convert it to static mesh, but that's it's not as, I've done it before, but learning Blender is a really useful skill. So this is where I want to build my my meshes and then import them in here, which SM cube, SM simple corner, SM simple door, SM simple wall, SM tile. Save all that, fix up redirectories. Okay, I'm going to leave the redoing of that for next time. Let's go ahead and stop and commit. And we're going to improve our door addition for next time, and maybe we can look into I don't know. What should we look at? I'll think about what we should start working on, because I think the spline structure is coming along quite well. Maybe we need to figure out either improving of user interface, more structures to see if we can properly load in different structures. I don't really know. Or we need to work on our board and our Z-axis stuff. That isn't working as we would fully want in a game. So, stuff to work on. What did we do? We improved SplineStructures with corner meshes, and updated the spawning of structures in UI, or UI populates token and structure thumbnails dynamically off data table. Modified how the spawn structure function works with change the storage of data. SplineStructures allow for one primary and one secondary. All right, that's good enough. I know what it means. Okay, well then. Thank you for joining me today. We'll get back to this tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. So thanks for joining me on Deep End Dev. I'm Matthew. And until then, I don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you. So let's do it together. Bye.